Good morning. Let's make sure audio levels are okay. Okay, I think we're good now. Philip, which lenses will you mod today? Today we're doing Zeiss Contax, which I think was a little deceiving because in some of the YouTube or some of the Facebook pages, the title had not updated. So it says Mamiya on some of the Facebook posts, but we are doing Zeiss Contax. In fact, number 1 is right here. But yes, it is in the description. This is the lens set I'm currently building. Good luck, genuinely. The Contax primes have become quite popular, so finding good ones will be difficult. Right, you did the other day about stiff focus ring at 85. Did you end up, is that one that you own or one that you're looking at? $15 to 85 mmJ. Very nice. Yeah, this set that I'm doing today is, like the description says, probably one of the cleanest sets I've seen. It's in really good shape, mechanically, cosmetically, optically, everything. What is the mat made of and where can I get one? Clint. Hey, Clint. This mat is made of silicon. It's very pliable. I had in a previous stream, let me see if I can find it here, because that topic has come up before. Here it is. And it's back in stock. Last time I shared this link, it was out of stock, so everybody can go grab them now. There's only 5 according to Amazon. Let me switch here. Alright, I'll drop a link here in the chat. Okay, so fun fact about this desk pad, Clint, it's not a pad at all. Technically, it's a pet food mat, which is why it has this, you can't really see from the video here, but there's a rim on the edge. It's got a thick edge, so if I'm not paying attention and a lens goes to roll, it doesn't roll off. It just gets stuck on that rim. Same thing with screws. So it is a dog food pad, but it works fantastic. It's nice and sticky, so I have a nice grip because it's silicone. So very handy. A lot of people like to use the neoprene, like the giant mouse pads, the ones that Red sells and Canon makes them, and they're handy for certain stuff, but they're too spongy, and you end up being able to move the lens while you're working on it, and it could slip out from underneath you. So I don't recommend the neoprene stuff. What is the mat made of? Oh, that was, the gears are made of Delrin. Yes, Philip. All of our gears are CNC machined from solid black Delrin. We don't do any 3D printed or aluminum with, the 3D printed ones are bad because they're 3D printed. Aluminum ones are bad because you have to use set screws, and that can bind or distort the focus ring and really wear it out ahead of its time. So we don't use any aluminum gears for the Cine-Mods. Yeah, they do need to be heated up. That's why we don't, not just that, but every single gear that we make is tailored to that lens. So we have sort of general lists of diameters, but the thickness of this rubber can change from lens to lens, especially based on the age of it. So we don't sell the gears because every lens that comes in gets measured and the gear is tailored to that lens because we make them here in-house. So because of that, it would just be a logistic nightmare having to, guess what tolerance to make them to, and then you ship out a gear and maybe it's too tight or it's too loose and you got to send it back. And it's just not worth it from our perspective, and certainly not something we want to put customers through. So we stick to in-house since they're tailored individually. All right, so this is getting a full Cine-Mod. Do you run into Loctite sealant on the screws a lot? Yes. On Contax primes, they're notorious for having a ton of thread locker, and they can be very difficult. So be, for anybody that tries their own mods, be very, very careful. Somebody stole one of my cups. This isn't the same. What happened? This is not my cup. Once a screw has been stripped, is there any way you guys are able to remove it? Yes. We get tons of lenses that come in, Contax lenses specifically for stripped screws. There's always a solution one way or another. But yes, we take care of those. That's one of those tricky things, though, is at the point you realize that a screw is starting to strip, it's usually too late. Andrew, hey Matthew, what's the value of a modded Secor C? The value of any vintage lens is whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. So tidy, yes. Have to be tidy. Or the entire shop is tidy. Yeah, speaking of the abundance of thread locker on Contax lenses, this is a good example. Even after the screws are out, you could still have to fight to get the mount off because of all the residual thread locker. This one's actually not too bad. Philip, this is the 18mm f4. Which, considering its focal length and coverage, it's a tiny lens. But I assume that's because it's only an f4, not a 2.8. Yeah, so here's the residue that I was talking about. I don't know if it'll show up here. Get this to focus. This right here, all this gunk, it doesn't go anywhere. It's thread locker residue. So I'm gonna get rid of that so that I don't have to struggle with that when I'm converting the mount, because even that tiny bit of residue can change the flange depth, especially on such a wide angle lens. To remove the residue, yes, acetone. Hey Phil, good morning. That's a concerning sound. Listen to this. So all that is, actually, I'm not so concerned now. It's kind of hard to see. There's a spring right here that keeps tension on the iris mechanism. And when it closes, the spring compresses. Sorry, someone's using the air hose back there. And each ring or each loop on the spring hits this surface as it moves. So it's not actually a problem at all, but somebody may hear that and think, oh, I've got some sand or something in my lens, but you don't. It's a very simple fix. You just slide the spring up on its notch a tiny bit. There we go. Oh, I made it worse. No, that's not helping. Ugh. That's okay. We'll fix that later. Love the stream. Have the 51.4 with balsam separation, which means it got a free diffusion filter. That's optimism right there, Mr. Surfboard. I like that. Glass half full. No, it's not grinding, Philip. It's that spring. Yeah, the spring is riding on the plate underneath it, the mobile plate. Yeah, there's a lot more residue here from the thread locker. Much better. Daniel, good morning. What is the best way to get into lens repair as a whole? Obviously, each lens has its own quirks, but are there some technical rules used across the board for lenses? Sort of a baseline is practice. You know, grab some cheap thrift store lenses and start tearing into them. There's not like a textbook on how to fix lenses. I mean, you could use like camera repair books. There's some floating around. As far as formal training goes, you can really only get that from the manufacturers or some kind of apprenticeship, which is essentially what I did. Unbeknownst to me, it was my childhood. Have you and anyone else noticed how lens test footage can look totally different on different browsers? Yeah, absolutely. I have a huge rant about quote-unquote lens tests being viewed in a browser. When somebody shoots a lens test and publishes it on the web, it's somewhat useless. The only time you could use footage from a lens test that's uploaded is when you have consistency, like what ShareGrid and Old Fast Glass have done with their big lens tests, which I strongly supported because of the way they did it. But if you're looking at some random person that shot some, living room piece as a lens test, you're not looking at what the lens does. You're looking at what the lens did, then what the OLPF did, then what the sensor did, then what the in-camera, color science and processing did, then whatever they did in importing it into their editing program, and whatever modifications they applied there, and then whatever compression it received during upload, and then whatever compression it receives during playback, and then whatever monitor calibration. Point being, there's dozens of variables between what the lens is doing and what you're looking at the other end of a computer. Yeah, I mean, the codecs are just one tiny variable in that giant puzzle. So if you're gonna refer to the internet for lens tests, use a site like Old Fast Glass and ShareGrid's lens test that has dozens and dozens of lenses all shot side by side at the same time on the same set with the same lighting, same camera, and you remove as many of those variables as possible. Otherwise, the lens test is just somewhat pointless. I filmed some zine lens footage, and the color contrast and even exposure looks different on YouTube depending on if you're using Safari. Yeah, that's a good example. That's a perfect example. There's just so many variables. You can't judge a lens based on one upload that somebody did. And I'm guilty of that too. We post lens tests and, you know, sample footage all the time on our social media stuff, but it's usually with a disclaimer that, you know, this is just what we did with the lens. It could be completely different. The full frame lens test is coming Monday? Really? If anybody's not familiar with that, go to ShareGrid or just Google ShareGrid lens test. They did the what was the first one? I think the first one was anamorphic, and then they did vintage, I think. I can't remember, but they're doing the full frame. We did the full frame one late last year, I think, and it's just been in process for months, and that's going to be easily the most exhaustive, thorough lens test you can possibly see. So enjoy. Sponsored by Duclos lenses, by the way. Oh yeah, they did GL Optics rehoused Leicas. They did, I forget what condition the Nicors were. I don't know if those were rehoused or those might have been the Zero Optic. I don't know. I don't remember. But the glass stays the same, so it doesn't really matter. Oh my gosh. So if what Clint is saying is accurate, then yeah, you'll be able to put a vintage Koa next to a Sigma Cine Prime. Like, that's fantastic. Same conditions, same sensor, same lights, literally the same lights. The one of the main people there, Mark LaFleur of Old Fast Glass, he owns all of the practicals there. So it was literally the same light bulb from shot to shot, from test to test. Sponsored by a lot of people, I hear. There were some contributors, yeah, obviously, but the manufacturers were the big contributors to the test. The lens manufacturers. I don't know where my grease is. That's a problem. People stealing my shit. Actually, technically, I stole it from Evan. Alright, I'm gonna go grab that grease. I will be right back. Found it. What did I miss here? Any updates on Komodo? Oh, speaking of Komodo and lenses, Phil, I got my hands on those DZO lenses. Pretty impressive. Exactly. Yeah, it's. I mean, on the grand scale of things, they're not that impressive, but at their price point, that's very impressive. Sorry, the air hose is on full tilt today. For Komodo? I mean, any lens could be used on Komodo, really. It's just a matter of adapting. I don't know that the DZO lenses are a great pairing for Komodo, because you need to have an adapter. And they're relatively compact, but they're not exactly light. I would say that those DZO zooms are going to be a better match for something like a Raven or even a Helium. Oh yeah, you would need to use a PL adapter, which at that point, I mean, I'm all for people adapting PL lenses to Komodo, but people need to be aware of the issues that come along with that, such as stability. At a certain point, you defeat the purpose of Komodo. If you're buying into Komodo for its size and weight and how super nimble and compact it is, and then you put a giant PL adapter and a giant PL lens, what's the point? it's still scraping on that bit. I thought the DZO are micro four thirds. So Marson, I believe you're referring to their original zooms, but they just came out with the Phil, help me, what are they calling them? Pictor, the Pictor zooms. If you want camera specs, this is not the stream. I think my tweezers are wearing out. It's about time for a new pair. I don't think Komodo's hush hush. I don't think Komodo's anywhere near as hush hush as some of the Blackmagic camera stuff. You know, the whole 12K thing and the layout of that sensor. Because if I understand correctly, it is not a Bayer sensor or Bayer pattern. It's a symmetric sensor. I don't know what that means. The only thing I've seen was some patent from Blackmagic where there's a white luminance pixel between every red, green, and blue pixel. Oh, so much better. Listen to that. Nice, clean, precise stops. Half the pixels are transparent. Yeah, so. All right, that's beautiful now. This can go back in place. Here we go. these are you having to clip that little post? No. Well, that's a tricky subject. So we don't clip it by default, or we don't modify that post by default. We will do that, no problem, if a customer says, hey, I'm using an adapter and I need that modified, but we don't do it just assuming that everyone's using a Metabones. I might have to take that back off. I think I do. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. I actually think the 50mm I picked up was modded by you guys. Litax mount, Delrin gears, and declick. Well, so the Litax mount and the declicking, anybody can do that. Or at least anyone can try to do that. There's no way to tell who did the declicking unless it feels like crap, and then in which case it wasn't us. But the gear, yeah, I could take one look and tell you if it's ours. There's a couple other people out there that use Delrin, but ours are done very specifically. There's also a lot of people out there that think a gear is a gear, you know, just a bunch of teeth makes it a gear. But for the products that we work with in the motion picture industry, the 32 pitch standard is very, very specific, and that's exactly what we cut our gears to. It's not just random slices around a circumference. There's a lot of science behind gear pitch. I tried 3D printed gears. That's kind of the way that it goes. People will spend money on the 3D printed ones, and they work. I can't deny that. It's a good solution if you're trying to decide if investing in a set of lenses is worth it. There's no reason not to go the 3D printed route. Save a couple bucks. Make sure it's going to work for you and your setup and your project or your style. And then once you're ready to commit to a set of lenses, you can get proper, solid Delrin gears. Almost forgot that thread locker. Why Delrin for the gears? Aluminum was always on the table. The problem with aluminum is that you need to use set screws or something to hold it in place. And when you put set screws on a lens, it puts pressure. It turns this circle into a square or a triangle or however many screws you're using. And it also damages the rubber grip, or if it's something like a R, it'll ruin the actual metal. It's just not a... These are such beautiful lenses. I would hate to see them ruined by set screws digging into the surface. So between ruining the symmetry of the ring, you know, the circular shape, and ruining the lens itself, I usually don't recommend aluminum gears. Delrin we use because it's a very slippery material. It's great for machining. And when I say slippery, I mean it can interact with other materials and remain high quality. It's not gonna chip or flake or bend. The pink stuff is technically glue. Yeah, it's a thread locker. Loctite. We got a uncooperative screw. Delrin is kind of like Teflon, almost. Actually, I think, I can't remember. I think Delrin and Teflon are both in this acetyl class plastic. Okay. So that's the Delrin. You can see there's no layers. It's all CNC machined, so it's really clean. Really, you can't bend it. I mean, if this was a thinner diameter, yeah, you could bend it, but it's far more reliable than any other solution. I don't think this is the right gear, is it? It is. Okay. It's labeled 25, but I guess it's the right one. Oh, this might be too small. Maybe it got mixed up. Let's check. Yeah, this one does say 18. That should be better. Well, they're practically the same diameter. just saw a Blackwing test video, the S&T and X variants, and it seemed like a weird props. Yeah, I agree, Jim. To use any adhesive for the gear? No. Adhesives tend to break or fail, especially when they're, if you're using a really torquey motor. If you're just using glue or something, then that glue can easily snap off or fail catastrophically in the middle of a shoot, which would be disastrous. The way we do ours is they're pressure fitted into place, so the grip, not only is it completely uniform all the way around the lens, but it's rock solid. I'm not going to hit the lens end stop because that's not good for the lens, but if the client that owns these wants to use a very high quality torquey motor, they can without having to worry about the gear slipping off. It's on there. It's not going to fall off. Which is the other, I hate to make this whole thing sound like a commercial, but in my opinion, one of the biggest benefits to the way we do our gears is this can be removed and there's absolutely no damage to the lens. So if somebody wanted to restore this to completely new condition, every single mod that we do is fully reversible and nobody would ever know. Are they heated and then put? Yes, they contract onto the lens, so it's perfectly uniform grip all the way around. There's no high spots, there's no bumps or binding. I don't know if you could see. I mean, this lens is a good example because it's been well cared for, but that's effortless. It's not pinching or binding. There's no high spots. Yeah, I think in the description I mentioned it, but this particular set is in very, very good condition. This filter definitely has a cast to it. What is this? 1AMC. I don't know what that is. It's like a rose color almost. You could see that on the gray matte. There's a very obvious difference. But I think this is factory. Yeah, this is a Contax filter. Multi-coated. That's what the MC is, I'm sure. You can see that in the reflection. See the green? It's very obvious. I don't like that. That's much better. 1A is UV with slight warming effect. That was very pink. Good to know, Phil. Have you guys ever done iris cures? Yes, we do iris cures very often. The issue on these, they're totally doable. On some lenses, for example, like R lenses, the actual markings for the iris are in line with, or are the entire grip. So if we put an iris gear on a Leica R lens, it covers up the engravings and you have no idea what f-stop you're at. But on Contax lenses, we can definitely do it. That's not a challenge at all. The only challenge then becomes, does that fit into your camera rig? So for example, with this particular lens, it's been converted to Canon mount. If you were using this on a Canon body, in particular a DSLR, you'd have the giant reflex mirror prism bump, and an iris gear could easily hit that bump. So as long as you're using it on a camera like a Blackmagic or a Red, anything that doesn't have that prism, it's totally fine. So iris gears, they're the exact same thing as this, they're just a little bit thinner, and they're definitely doable on Contax primes. $18mm done. What's next? Oh, was that? That wasn't the 18. That was the... My bad. That's the 18. I started with the 25. The whole time I was calling it an 18. It's definitely a 25. That's why my gears were mixed up. That explains a lot. Okay, so now this should be the 18. I mean, no, this is the 25. So maybe I did have those mixed up. This should be okay. They were practically identical. Have we ever done iris gears? We've done it all. For anybody that is new here, the Cine-Mod process is something that Duclos lenses started probably almost 10 years ago. We've been doing the Cine-Mod for at least 10 years. In fact, the Cine-Mod is called the Cine-Mod because we own the name. So I went into a rant about that last weekend, but I won't bore you guys with it again. That's a cool cap. That's super heavy duty. All right. D-click first. This one's trickier because the entire front body is the focus. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of trippy watching both of them. The only way to show them independent is to hold the mount. Yeah, these have quite a bit of thread locker. You can see it on there. I'll show you guys. It's not going to show great. All that white residue at the tip of the screw is dried up, broken thread locker. This is still hanging on for dear life. This grease is actually in pretty good shape. I would assume this has been serviced somewhat recently. Yeah, that's all in very good shape. I have a question about the Zeiss Batis lenses. Can I send it for Cine-Mod gear? Yeah, of course. It's going to work? Yes, it will work. The Batis lenses are unique. When you put it into autofocus mode, okay, so those lenses are completely electronic. There is, even when you put it in manual mode, it's still just basically an encoder on the lens telling the motor inside the lens where to put the focus. So when you put it into auto mode or autofocus mode, all it's doing is completely ignoring where you put that focus ring. So because of that, it will spin and spin and spin, even in manual mode. There's no calibration. You have to basically focus by eye. So you could definitely put a gear on those, but if you're looking to sort of set up a shot and have a motor maybe that repeats focus from one point to another, you can do that, but it's not going to be like a true cinema lens, because it's just the encoder in the focus ring telling the motor inside the lens where to put or how far to move the focus. So it's a little challenging, but we can definitely put gears on those. This is pretty heavily coated. There's a fly. I don't know where he went. I have no idea how flies get in the building. There's so much positive pressure. It shouldn't be possible. They must be really trying. Must be flying as hard as they can. Finally catching a live stream. Nice. Thank you, Cole. Oh, that looks much better. That'll allow the new grease to perform exactly how it's supposed to. A little bit more thread locker residue. Your opinion on the Contax G lenses, the best adapter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the G lenses are their rangefinder glass, correct? Would it be possible for you to CLA and add gears to my 110 to 150? Probably. Is it the little Super 16 zoom? Any thoughts on the resolving power Zeiss Contax at 8K? No problem whatsoever, Jim. J. Parker, the G series, they're fine. I mean, it's great glass. It's the optical designs are not too dissimilar from these, or at least the concept of them. But they don't work that well for video because they're rangefinder lenses. I think we've done a couple mods on those, but nowhere near as many as the Contax Yashica versions. Yeah, we can do CLA, we can modify those. The issue with the CLA on something like that is the value of that lens has dropped significantly because of its format and native mount. So the price on a lens like that goes down over time, but the amount of labor and the amount of time and skill it takes to service something like that, the CLA, doesn't change. So the cost to perform a CLA on that lens, depending on the condition it's in and what you paid for it, could be close to the value of the lens itself. So just a fair warning there. Jim, back to your question. Yeah, 8K, I assume you're referring to Monster or Helium, in which case the resolution requirements for those two formats are completely different because they're both 8K, but on the Helium, it's the same resolution in a much smaller space. So if you needed to cover 8,000 pixels in this space on a Monstro, that's not so difficult. If you then change that down to this space, you just crammed the same number of pixels into a smaller space, and the resolving requirements go up. So that said, it still doesn't matter. These lenses, the Contax lenses in particular, will resolve 8K, no problem. But if you're worried about getting the absolute sharpest picture and having super crisp, clean pixels on each 8,000 pixels, then Contax primes aren't right for you. Contax primes are popular because they're not perfect, they're not clean and clinical. They have character, they have flaws. But to loosely answer your question, the Contax primes will provide a beautiful picture on any 8K camera. I have an entire segment in a lecture that I do for AFI every year that dives into that whole concept of resolution, comparing sensor size and sensor resolution. Does the focus throw on Contax Zeiss 85mm extend the front of the lens? I don't think so, but stick around and we'll see that, because we are doing an 85-1.4 today. Michael, love my set of contacts that you guys converted last year. Yes. Shooting a music series right now. Nice. Do share that content if you're allowed to. I love seeing the work that our clients make. It's not often that we get to see or that we know what... the Cine-Mod stuff people are a little more willing to share, but a lot of the higher end repairs that we do for Ingenue Optimos and Zeiss Master Primes, that sort of stuff, the service work, that stuff comes in from the private owner between shoots or from a rental house, and we have no idea where it goes after that. Most of our rental house clients are the ones that are renting the gear for some of the biggest movies in Hollywood, but we never know. They don't tell us. Does the ZE version of the lens formula improve this a bit? Specifically wanted to use the 21-28. The ZE version of the 21 is very similar to the Contax. It will have very minor improvements, but not much. You would struggle to see the difference, in a picture. On the test equipment here, we could see a little difference, but it's not significant. No problem, Jim. You hiring? No, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We do hire, though. We always have. Our physical building is only so big, so we can only fit so many people. We have... Oh my gosh, I can never remember the count. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. We have 10 technicians, including 1 junior technician. And that's where pretty much every technician that, unless they come to us with years of experience, like a couple of the master technicians that we have, everybody starts in that beginning, the junior technician position. But there is somebody in that position currently. So technically, no, we're not hiring. We are hiring, we're always looking for experienced technicians. That's all the noise you hear is the technicians in the back. Out of curiosity, if you wanted maximum sharpness, resistance to flare, super round bokeh, what would you choose? That's easy. I would choose the Zeiss Otis. If your primary concern is sheer image quality, go for the Zeiss Otis. I have a question about Leica Rs. Other than speed, is there much difference optically between the Summa Lux and Summa Crons for 35 and 50? Yes. Summa Cron. So there's people are very opinionated as far as Summa Lux and Summa Cron. And a lot of people will say that Summa Crons are sharper. Which isn't really the case. If you took in a fair fight, if you took a Summa Lux and you stopped it down to f2, it would perform very similarly. The biggest difference, in my opinion, is if you do that. If you have a Summa Lux and you stop it down to f2, you're introducing the shape of the iris and you're changing your bokeh. So, all things even, if you're looking at the image quality of a Summa Lux and a Summa Cron, and it's a fair fight, both are set to f2, the Summa Cron is gonna tend to look a little bit nicer because it's wide open and it has a perfectly circular aperture. Whereas that Summa Lux, even though it's still performing almost identically, it will take on that shape and it will affect the bokeh and it will affect most people's opinion of that image quality. In your opinion, what is better lens to use with a Helium Gemini Komodo, the Zeiss 100 f2 ZF2, or the Canon 100? Someone is selling both, I'm not sure. For motion picture work, easily the Zeiss 100. That will give you a much more usable tool than the Canon. You'll have proper manual focus. You'll have a repeatable, reliable focus. The Canon 100 is a fantastic lens optically. Zero complaints from me on that point. But in terms of usability, the ZF2 will definitely take the cake. Unless you want autofocus, if that's your goal. If you're trying to use the Helium, or any of those for that matter, and you want to have the autofocus ability, then go with the Canon. But I am still not a fan of autofocus for motion picture. I should say for cinema. For video, you know, if you're doing YouTube stuff, autofocus is great. Like what I'm doing here, if I want this to autofocus, great. But if I'm shooting narrative stuff, I do not want autofocus. I somewhat prefer the look of Summicron R's over Lux's, which is not usually, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes and no, Cole. Personally, I really prefer the Summa Luxes strictly because I enjoy shooting wide open, depending on the situation. But I know that that's not always necessary, and it's not always a benefit to what I'm shooting. Oh, this feels so good. And you guys, I know you can't feel it, but just listen to those nice hard stops at the end of travel. Oh, it's so clean. That's a proper D-click. And here's the tricky part, is all of this has to go in a very specific procedure, alignment. I think like ours are a perfect pairing for Komodo. I agree. Maybe not perfect. I think the Leica R's, as far as vintage lenses go, are probably still my favorite. But I'm still struggling to see where the whole... I mean, the benefit of Komodo is the mirrorless nature of the camera. And as soon as you take a reflex style lens and pair that up, you lose the benefits of that mirrorless. You're automatically adding an 1.5 inches to that length. So really what's going to determine the future of lenses for Komodo for me is seeing who comes out with native RF mount lenses over the next year or two. Lens working is just like working on... I don't know what that says, Phil. Do I need to Google that? Why do I not know what that is? Oh. I thought there was a different name. I thought there was something else. My mother-in-law calls them something else. Russian dolls. I'm not saying they don't look good, Phil. Babushka, yeah, that's the name I always knew, Jim. Babushka or Balabushka, something like that. I hope that Zeiss does more RF, like native RF manual lenses. Babushka means grandma. Alright. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be a challenge here. There it goes. That's attached. Alright, got one of two in place here. There we go. Nope, I missed. If Zeiss came out with RF mount series. Yes, so Jim, here's the catch. I don't want Zeiss to just remount their existing glass. I want them to do basically like an RF version of the Loxia lenses, but they have to be faster than Loxia. There it is. Okay. Got that squared away. What's the most major lens repair you've ever had to do? Ooh, good question. Probably a submerged master prime. It was submerged in salt water, I think. En route to pick up the Komodo. Like right now, you're on your way, Cole? Wow. Salton Sea, that's the one, Phil. Yep. That, or there was another one that was also dropped in saltwater, and to prevent corrosion, the client resubmerged the lens in antifreeze so that it wouldn't bind up all the mechanical components. So when we got the lens, it was just this piece of metal and glass with this sloshing green goo inside of it. It looked like something out of an Alien movie. But that was a pretty severe repair. Well, another good one was a 20-42-90 that I can't remember the circumstances. I think it fell off of a camera car and it slid on the ground for 20-30 feet, and the body was trashed. But if an insurance person looked at it, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's toast. Buy a new lens." But because of the value of that lens, we repaired it, and it worked beautifully. It must still be working to this day. Yeah, that was Tom, huh? Tom Lowe. Or at least, I don't know what... I know that Dustin was on that shoot as well. Dustin, I think, is the one that literally drove it straight from the Salton Sea to our shop, or to a meeting point, so that it wouldn't corrode and it wouldn't become a paperweight. Is it worth going for the Nikon AIS 50-1.2 over the 1.4? In my opinion, yes. But that's a very subjective question. I personally very, very much enjoy the 50 f1.2. I used to be a diehard Nikon shooter. I promoted Nikon as much as I possibly could when they first started getting into video with the D3000 or something like that, I can't remember. And they just fell behind constantly. So I have since, I think the last Nikon body I bought was a D700, I think. D90, that's what it was. The D90 did 1080. Thank you, Phil. That's beautiful. What is the mechanical change to declick? I'm not sure I understand your question, John. I mean, what am I actually doing to the lens? I'm removing a spring and a ball bearing. If that's what you're asking. Pretty sure my light is hitting my microphone. Yep. Oh, that's awkward. There. Now it's just barely in frame here. I'll have to crop that. Let's see. Well, last weekend did a location sound off, which was pretty cool to see where everybody was watching from. So if you're inclined, let me know in the chat what country or city you're watching from. Always fascinating to me. Seattle, nice. Madison. Where is Madison? Miami. Oh, that's right, Cam Bob. You were down the street. Brooklyn. Nice. Oh, Wisconsin. Oh, duh. Madison, Wisconsin. Okay. Still in Mozambique. That's right. I remember that one too. Very cool. Queens with my Voigtlander set. Very nice, John. I hope you guys are staying safe in New York. You seem to be doing better than California now. So well done. Oh, there's no cap. We have no cap. There it is. How do you pick which mods to stream? That's a good question. It's usually a conversation I have with the other technicians here on Thursday or Friday, and we say, oh, hey, what lenses do we want to set aside to stream? Generally, it's lenses that are receiving the full mod. Usually a decent sized set, so it's not just a hodgepodge of a bunch of different stuff. What's the purpose of the last ring? The front ring here, the purpose of this is twofold. One, it's an 80mm diameter, so you can use very common motion picture accessories like a clamp-on matte box, or a matte box that has a bellows, something like that. On this particular lens, you're very limited because this has the rotating front. So you could put like a nun's knickers or a bellows system, and it'll grab onto this back shelf very well. The other purpose is every lens in this set, there's 5 lenses in this set, and they all have different sized filter threads as they are. But every front ring that we make has a 77mm filter thread. So instead of having your filters in a 55 and a 67 and a 77, 3 or 4 different sizes of every filter, you only need 77 for the whole set. So every lens that we're modding today will have a 77mm front ring. Alright, that was the 18, not the previous one. That one's done. Yes, 80mm outside diameter on all of the rings. That's the biggest difference between the rings that we make and, if you just Google or like look on Amazon for 67 to 77mm step up ring, yes, you'll get that thread. You'll be able to put a 77mm filter, but you most likely won't have that 80mm diameter. I think you're talking about the Duclos 11 to 16 rehouse yesterday. Thank you. I'd love to know more about the process you went through developing Nikon and Tokina PL mod. I'd be happy to elaborate on that. I'll wait till the air is done running. There we go. So what Matt is referring to is our 11 to 16 rehousing, which a lot of people learned about us from. That was a lot of people's introduction to Duclos lenses, was that lens. So like I had started to say in that stream, whoa, for $800, that's a bargain. The 11 to 16 was a very unique lens when it came out. Which was probably, I don't know, late 2000s. So it was right around the time the red one took off, and everybody was looking for the widest lens they could get for Super 35 because they were trying to achieve that field of view, compensating for the crop factor. A lot of people that were coming from stills to Super 35 for the first time were struggling to work with that crop factor. So, like I had mentioned in the stream, we had one particular client that had the idea. He had been using that lens for photography and said, I'd love to use it for motion picture work, but it doesn't have an iris ring and it doesn't have any gears. So we started by basically doing our Cine-Mod back then, even. We added a front ring, we added a focus gear, we added a zoom gear. But we didn't do anything with the aperture. So he liked that, he used that for a while, and he really wanted the aperture control. So we took it back and started tinkering, disassembled a bunch of them, did some research. He had done some preliminary digging himself, but nothing official. And we found that it wasn't too difficult to just activate the iris and give it a ring. So for the first couple units that we did, it was just basically our Cine-Mod with an extra iris gear. And I think there's some pictures floating around there somewhere on the internet somewhere of that version. Antonio, you have one too? Nice. So once we had designed that iris ring, we went back to the drawing board again and basically redesigned the entire shell of the lens, except for that little focus window, which we left in place to remind people, well, for two reasons. One, it didn't need to be removed, and also to remind people that this is just a tokina. We're not trying to claim that we made this lens somehow. We never tried to hide the fact. It was always the Duclos tokina 11-16. It was never, we were never trying to deceive anybody. So we left the ring on the lens that said tokina on it, to make that point very clear. So after we went through that third revision, it included basically a whole new shell for the lens, and a couple upgrades also. There was one of the biggest problems that we had, or one of the biggest issues that we had with the lens was the image shift. So when you're focusing or zooming, more zooming, the rear group would wiggle quite a bit, which isn't an issue at all for photography. Nobody cared. You know, you would zoom, then you would snap your photo at 1,000th of a second or whatever. It didn't matter. But for motion picture, when you zoomed, it would shift the image all over the place. So in our production version, there's actually an additional mechanical component that guides that rear group back and forth that Tokina never had, and still doesn't in their Cine version, which is discontinued now. So there were quite a few upgrades to the lens itself. So the first batch, like I was saying yesterday, we did, I think, 20 of them. Not even, I think it was like 10 or 15. And on the inside of the lens, on the new components inside, we wrote, you know, they all had names. They all had like a 4-letter name. So like, I can't remember them anymore, but they were Abby and Bert. You know, all 4-letter alphabetical names from A to, like, I think we got to L or something like that. And or maybe they were 5-letter, I don't remember. But we thought that was all we would ever need. So that set sold out immediately. And we started building a much larger second batch. And then that batch sold out. Then we started a third batch, and we just kept building them. And that was a lot of fun for a while. We had a couple setbacks. That was one of our big break-ins. They took a ton of those, which might be how you got yours for $800. But there was a batch of like probably 15 or 20 of them that got stolen, and they weren't done. They weren't fully built or tuned. I mean, they could be used, but they weren't good. Nobody ever figured out where they went. The cops never had any leads. They just disappeared. So we built, I mean, I'm sure I could look back through accounting stuff, but we probably did maybe almost 1,000 of those ish. If yours was one of the stolen ones, Matt, more power to you. You know, I'm not going to pretend that somehow hurt us buying them after the fact. If anything, it hurt the insurance company. Yeah, definitely. I mean, send it in for a checkup anytime. I'll take care of that. No problem. I love seeing those come in. You know, all the different versions and different generations. It's really fun seeing that lens come through for service, and that people are still getting such amazing use out of it. Oh wow, Antonio, that's so you were part of the break-in drama. I don't know that those even had serial numbers. I don't think they had gotten to that point in the manufacturing. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we did have serial numbers. There's a whole blog post about it, which is actually kind of embarrassing because it was from... Actually, when was that? I want to look that up here. Archives, search. Oh, no, I want search, not archives. Tokina? Maybe? That's gonna put a ton of results. Oh, there we go. An unfortunate setback. July 7th, 2011. Here. Blah, 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 blah. Here's a list. There you go. There's the list of stolen... I guess they did have serial numbers. Yeah, that was pretty sad. Oh, that phone number is long gone. Don't call that phone number. But yeah, that was the batch right there. So was it like 10, probably 20 lenses that got stolen. So yeah, check those serial numbers if yours is in there. What's your serial number, Matt? Just took a screenshot. The link, I mean, here, you could, I'll drop the link here. He's gonna go grab his lens right now. That serial number will also tell me, like, what version you have. Yeah, there was quite a few. Where is? There was. This will have the original. Oh no, that's not it. Maybe this is. No, even this was the second version. There's one more somewhere. There's a history of it somewhere. But there was a very special one. Oh, here it is. So this is my personal 11-16 that was part of. So in that theft, in that break-in, they also stole. Oh, maybe there's a picture of that one too. No, that's not it. There it is. So I had made a red one that was, in the whole height of the red one hype, and they were just coming out with their other cameras. And this one, which was also one of a kind, was stolen in that break-in, which I thought was stupid. You can't. This would stick out like a sore thumb. It's one of a kind. If anyone ever came up with this lens, it would be very, very obvious. So when this was stolen, I was really, really upset. And instead of making another one, because it wouldn't make sense. I couldn't say, oh, this is one of a kind. It'd be like, well, this is one of a kind, but there's another one out there somewhere that was stolen. So I decided to make an actual, I can't remember anymore. It is 24 karat. It's a 24 karat gold plated 11-16. It's fully functional, all the glass. Checking the lens now. This is a good amount of suspense here, Matt. Thank you. So this was my pride and joy, and we still have this lens, thankfully. This is my personal model that I just made as a trophy, basically. All right, let's get rid of that. Oh, I got rid of the list. Where's that list? 65057. Nope, you're safe. You're very safe. That was a much later model, so you're good. You did not buy a stolen lens. The other way you could tell, there's two other ways to tell. Matt, does your lens on the tokina ring, the portion with the window for the focus, is the part where it says 11:16, is that silver or is it gold? The writing, I mean. Gold, there you go. That's a much newer model. That's probably the latest version that we made. So you have a good lens. But definitely send it in for a tune-up anytime. I'll take care of that. Thanks, Matthew. It came with the custom Duclos Pelican with grade. That's, you have a very low quantity lens there. We only made maybe like 20 of those with the the kit that came with the case and everything. It might also have a cutout for a matte box, because at the time we sold a very special matte box that was wide enough to not clip into the frame. I have an email from you September 23rd, 2011, apologizing and that you were building them as fast as possible. Wow, that's very cool, Antonio. Thank you for digging that up. That's loyalty right there. Or it's just email history. Oh, very cool. All right. These were snug, but not terrible. So did the tokina rehouse spawn the interest in the Nikon PL mount? The what? What Nikon PL? Oh, you're talking about the 70 to 200? Yes, it did. Everybody wanted a telephoto, lightweight telephoto PL lens. So we started working on that probably halfway through the 11 to 16 project or production run. We very quickly pulled the plug on the Nikon rehousing. I shouldn't say quickly, we put a ton of money into that. But we pulled the plug before we went to actual production, thankfully. Because Zeiss had very quietly given us a heads up, said, hey, you might not want to release that. We've got our Zeiss CZ2 70 to 200 coming out very soon. And based on the specs, there was nothing that our lens would do better than the Zeiss lens. And we really didn't feel like going toe-to-toe with Zeiss. They kind of have a history. So we pulled the plug, and we have the one prototype around here somewhere, but that was it. After that, we didn't make any production units. The 70 to 180 we did plenty of. We still do. We still make those. But that's a different story. That lens is it's a specialty lens. It's very limited. It's kind of hard to find in good condition. We never planned on making tons of those because the base lens is so hard to find. Whereas the Nikon would have been tons. We would have been able to do hundreds of those. I saw there's an 80 to 200 in PL with additional Panavision mount labeled as a Duclos. Do you still have the link? It's probably ours because we put a universal mount on some of the 80 to 200s, which would accept anything, PL, Canon, Panavision, whatever. But TLS in the UK also did an 80 to 200. So it could be theirs. They call theirs the Morpheus, I believe. Theirs was a lot more comprehensive. That was a complete rehousing. Our 80 to 200 was just a mount conversion. Not to be confused with the 70 to 200, which was a full rehousing. So which Nikon lens can be converted to PL? We used to do the Nikon EF D, I think it was, 80 to 200. I don't think we do that anymore. I think we pulled the plug on that once the last batch of parts dried up. I don't know if TLS still does theirs, but you could definitely ask them. How did Tokina improve the lens when they made their own Cine version finally? They didn't. Yeah, there was really no benefit to the official Tokina version other than the fact that they were making everything themselves, so the price was much, much lower. Which was ultimately why we stopped making ours. Tokina did it perfectly fine. It just didn't make sense for us to keep doing ours as well. No, this is the 35-1.4. Is it possible that all Nikon lenses can be converted? No. Actually, that might be doable with an adapter, maybe not a conversion. LPL mount and Nikon F mount are very similar flange depth. I've noticed there's a lot of telephoto still glass with PL mount conversions like your Nikons. Yes, they are definitely easier. Telephoto lenses, because there's a large space between, by their nature, the distance from the aperture to the film plane is greater. There's a lot more free space to work with at the back of the lens. Definitely easier. Almost time to replace my grease brush. It's almost Red Bull time. Again. It's got a little shift right at the end. This is why grease matters. You can put any grease you want in a lens like this, but having the right grease makes all the difference. One of my red lenses, the 100mm, has a fungus growing inside. Is there anything I could try to clean it? If it's inside, you'd have to disassemble the lens. You can use isopropyl alcohol. That would be the first line of defense. Or I shouldn't say the first. It would be the easiest thing to try. I've heard hydrogen peroxide works well. It can. Yeah, hydrogen peroxide kills fungus. It may not be a huge help in removing it from the surface, but it's not going to hurt it. I mean, it's not going to hurt the glass. But I would definitely not recommend doing that. You can do it while the lens is still assembled, but don't squirt or spray hydrogen peroxide onto the lens. Put it on like a Kim wipe or something. What time fungus eats into the glass at a micro level when the lens element's surface is ruined? Yes, fungus can etch the glass, or etch into the coatings and then into the glass. And if that happens, the only way to fix it is by polishing the coatings and recoating it if the fungus hasn't gone into the glass. If the fungus is through the coating and into the glass, there's nothing you can do. Aside from replacing the element. Okay. Let's get this block back on here. Actually, this isn't necessary anymore. But since these are in such good shape, I don't want to withhold it. connected? Yes, okay. Oh, that was silly. Didn't need to do that yet. Come on. Is it worth replacing financially? Usually not, but depends on what the lens is worth to you personally. How many tiny screws have you lost in your life? Countless. So our normal technician area, some more backstory. I think I mentioned this a couple times in previous weekends. But this isn't my usual workspace. Since COVID started, we've sort of spread out our staff as much as possible. And I'm in what used to be my engineering office, still is, but I would use this space specifically for design and engineering. Our normal service area, where all the normal repairs happen, has a very flat tile floor. So if we drop a screw, it's pretty easy to recover. In here, I have carpet, and it's a very noisy pattern. So if I drop a screw in here, kind of screwed, pun intended. Big chunk of magnet. So the problem with that's what everybody says. Like, oh, if we get a big magnet, you're fine. In fact, there are products that are sold as hardware sweepers, where it's just a big magnet on a stick. The problem is a lot of the screws that we use, like this one here, are stainless steel and will not. No, that one is not stainless then. But a lot of the screws are not magnetic. That one is too. They're bad examples. Well, you get the idea. A lot of screws are not magnetic. So sometimes that works really well, but more often than not, those are probably magnetic because they're plated. Those are steel oxide, so there is no... they will be magnetic, but if they are like a zinc-plated screw, they'll still be magnetic. Okay. I think that does need to stay out. That might fit. I think it will fit. It's definitely not necessary. All right, we'll bag that up. Leave it out. I'm surprised these were magnetic. This is supposed to be stainless. Yeah. This is barely magnetic. That obviously is. What is that toolkit you use? This is my toolkit. I started making these kits, or I guess I started having them commissioned. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to offer them. I wanted to use it myself for a month or so and make sure all the tips work the way they're supposed to and everything's reliable and nothing breaks. It's kind of the same thought process behind most of the stuff we sell. If we wouldn't use it ourselves, I wouldn't sell it. So it's still, I would consider, in the trial phase, but I've had no issues whatsoever. I love the quality of the tips. The spinning back is excellent. It's great for really tough screws. You can really put that pressure down and it doesn't bind up. So I've been happy so far. I will probably start selling these very soon. Oh, it's upside down. Just a reminder, in case I forget. The small brush is not part of the kit. I just use this because it's a nice little cradle right there, and it holds my brush up well. But if I just put the brush down, it's fine because it's larger. The bristles don't sit on the bench and spread the grease everywhere. But I like to keep it elevated so I can just grab it easier and not risk getting my bench full of grease. And then weehaws. You can't go wrong with a good weehaw. These are, I mean, outside of this kit that I've been testing, weehaws are easily the best drivers you can get, or some of the best drivers you can get. Which we do sell on our site. I will probably start selling this kit, which is a lot more versatile because weehaws can be pretty expensive. Antonio wants us at. Alright, I will wrap up my evaluation period on this. Like I said, I've had no issues with them. I'm very happy. I'll talk to the other techs, make sure everybody's happy with them. And if we start selling them, I'll definitely mention it on the stream first and give you guys a pretty significant coupon code. Hey George, welcome back. No Leicas today, sorry. All right, that one is done. Have you heard of Apollo 65 lenses? I never heard of them, but saw them for sale. They were Zeiss Hasselblad rehouses. They have a 50 f2.8, a 110 2.8. Apollo 65. No, I don't think I've heard of that. Nothing wrong with the Zeiss except CP. I can't argue with that. I'm not a huge fan of the compact CP2s or CP3s. I appreciate the CP2s for what they are and what they did to the, the indie film industry. Zeiss at their party at NAB last year. No, it must have been 2 years ago when they announced the CP3s. They had a whole presentation at the party. There was a running joke here about it too, because there was one of the one of their product manager guys, very, very German guy. He had a phrase, I can't remember it now, but it was such a German way to say an American expression. It was comical. Anyway, point of the story is, Zeiss had said during that party, during that presentation, that the CP2s are, I forget how they worded it, but they essentially said that the CP2s are the most prolific lens, cine lens, ever. And I don't doubt that. I would probably believe, I do believe that there's more CP2s out there than any other set of cinema prime lenses. Except for maybe Rokinon. Rokinon has sold a crap ton of those things. But I think if you ask Zeiss, they wouldn't consider Rokinon part of that category. You could power a small city off the chromatic aberrations. Wow. Shots fired, George. That is a Sigma cap on a Zeiss lens. What? So that's the Sigma logo on a cap that says for Pentax K. Ricoh. I don't know what's happening here. Is this not? No, that's Contax. It's so weird. Maybe it just happens to be a similar bayonet. Very weird. I haven't tried the CP3s, so maybe new coatings. It's not coatings, they're all new lenses, except for the ones that aren't new, which is a very odd way to say that. Sorry. The CP3s are a lot better than the CP2s, but the fact that they're limited to a T2.1 is a little disappointing. A lot of the glass in those can go to F1.4 or T1.5. This one is probably the least, or the, no, I can't say in the worst condition. It's probably in the least well kept so far. And even at that, it's still in very, very nice condition. The engravings are always a good judge. Why are you not focusing, camera? Do your thing. Where's my focus point? There it is. Yeah, these engravings, the paint is flawless. That's original. That's not redone. All the rubber is nice and soft still. The anodizing is great. This is a very nice lens. Very nice copy. And the glass itself is fantastic. Oh yeah, practically nothing. A tiny, tiny bit of hazing, but not bad. Hence why I had such mixed feelings about the S4 minis. Yeah. The S4 minis are the red-headed stepchild of Cook's lineup. Not only are they only a 2.8, but they do also have a lot of CA, especially for a lens that's a 2.8. I was never really impressed with those. Lens has little dust, does not affect image quality. I have yet to receive a lens from eBay where someone says mint condition and it's actually mint condition. Zeiss can't. Well, I guess Zeiss has the same issue that Cook did. The issue there is that the Zeiss Prime, the Zeiss Super Speeds, were designed and manufactured for Arri. I don't think that Zeiss could remake the Super Speeds because Zeiss and Arri went through a messy divorce and they don't like each other anymore. Yeah, the Supreme Primes are the new Super Speeds. Or at least from a product standpoint. You know, they had the T21s and they had the proper Super Speeds back in the day. And to me, that's kind of what they have now in the CP3s being the T21s and the Supremes being the Super Speeds. One of the Olympus Primes used Cine-Mod for me was about as close as it gets. Oh, as close as it gets, like, to mint condition. Minty. So this is the 51.4 for somebody that was asking before, which is even smaller than the 18 was. Somebody commented earlier and said that they thought I was working on the 50 because it was so small, but this is easily the smallest in the Contax lineup. No grease, that's good. No oil deposits. Ooh, lots of Loctite. Not a ton of residue though. Places that have wowed by their understatement. Yeah, KEH is easily my favorite. They're very accurate with their ratings and the descriptions. I've never had any issues, but for the couple times that a customer has bought a lens from KEH and then sent it to us, and we found an issue here or there, the customers have told us that KEH handled it seamlessly. You know, they apologized, they fixed it, they either got it fixed or replaced it or refunded it, whatever. So if you're looking for used lenses and you don't want to deal with eBay, if you understand how all that works and you're willing to pay a couple more dollars, KEH is a fantastic resource. They have a very good reputation and they've earned it. Yeah, practically no oil on here. This is great. very lightly lubricated. It looks like it's getting ready to break down, but it's in very good condition. Yeah, it's a little dried up here. That's going to be a challenge. I'm going to have to really scrub that clean. Gotten free return shipping from KEH. Yeah, they're, I mean, hands down, if you're looking for used lenses like this, like Contax or Leica are, eBay obviously is a good resource for getting an idea of the value of a lens, because you can look at the completed listings. But when you're ready to just stop messing around and buy a good condition lens, just go to KEH. They are not a sponsor. They're not I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I don't even know anybody there. I just really like their website and their service. I'm not really even sure where they are. I should look into that more. I don't know if they have brick and mortar. I don't know if you can like walk into a store and look at their entire inventory, or if it's just a warehouse and a website. What's the character like on these Zeiss Contax? Contax Zeiss. It's kind of hard to pinpoint. It's very similar to the Zeiss ZF2s, obviously, because they have the same heritage. They are not mini super speeds like some people claim. The optical designs are, you could say, cousins, distant cousins, only in that Zeiss used the same planar layout, the same distagon layout, but other than that, the glass itself is not the same as the super speeds. The T-Star coatings, no. So T-Star is Zeiss's branding for the coating that they apply to their lenses. T-Star has been their go-to for, I don't know, since like the 60s, I think. I can't remember. Maybe even earlier. But basically any coating that Zeiss comes up with, they call T-Star, regardless of its actual composition. So for the most part, T-Star is a marketing tool for Zeiss, because nobody else can say that they have T-Star. But that would be like saying that every Nikon uses their nanocrystal coating on a lot of their lenses. It would be like saying that every Nikon lens has the same nanocrystal coating. Yes, they're all branded nanocrystal, but that recipe is very different from lens to lens. Same thing with the Contax primes. So the coating formula is, just because it's T-Star doesn't mean it's the same actual formula. not just from lens line to lens line, but from lens to lens within that set. So like the T-star coating within the Zeiss Contax line is a huge variety. What do I think of the Loxias? I think they're great. I wish that Zeiss put more effort into those. I wish that they made faster Loxias. That's the only thing that bothers me about them. They're built really well. The optics are really great. I just don't like the T28, T2 or F28, F21, whatever. If they even had like a 51.4 in there somewhere, I would be all over the Loxia. And I don't know why they don't. I mean, there's really not much difference between the optical design of a Loxia lens and a Leica M lens. And if Leica can make a 51.4, you know, this is a perfect example. If this 51.4 is this small, why are the Loxias only a 2.8? So I know it's doable. I don't think it's a priority for Zeiss. I think they don't want to mix up their brands. Or their product lines, not the brands. $1941. Wow. So for the precursor to T-star. There was actually a Zeiss presentation. I think it was part of their virtual trade show thing. I don't know if they posted the content afterwards, but they had a whole presentation with the guy that designs most of their coatings. So if Zeiss has put that online, I recommend giving that a watch. He doesn't go into too much detail because obviously a lot of it's very proprietary, but he does have some pretty cool information if you can find that presentation. Well, biotar, nice. First. Contrast on the old biotar is somewhat low. Yeah. That pretty much any lens from 1940s is going to be relatively low contrast. I guess I do need to do that surface. Thanks for hanging out, Matt, and thanks for the memory lane trip. Here's that typical ninja star. See that? That's what gives you that bokeh. But it's gone by 2.8. It's only around f2 you get that shape. Aloha from Norway. Just ordered the Lauet lens from you. Nice. Looks like the lens have some character. Yes. I still haven't put up those test shots. Actually, where did I put those? Maybe I could show you guys some stuff here. Since you, Mr. Espen. Oh yeah, here we go. These are... What am I looking at here? Which one am I looking for? There was a wide... Oh no, that's not wide. That's at the long end. Let's go on some detail here. Oops. Okay, so the focus is on her. But you can see plenty of sharpness. There is definitely some CA. Not in this scene. It's kind of hard. But if you give it a really challenging situation, like if you're shooting an interior and you have maybe like shutters or blinds, you will get CA for sure. Here's a good example of the wide. Oh, wrong one. Where's the JPEG? Oh, maybe I don't have a JPEG of that one. Okay, so this can't. How do I do window capture? Maybe. Whoa, that's big. So this is a pretty decent example. This is the 25mm end and the close focus. I probably could have gotten a little closer, but this was impressive to me, being able to get that close on a zoom like that. Don't mind her utterly bored expression. That's typical for my daughter. She's extremely tired of me taking photos of her. And then this one's another good example. Oh, did that not work? That did not work. I don't know where the focus point is on here. But again, I mean, look at, you got tons of detail, plenty of detail. This is on Gemini, by the way. Plenty of detail, but like I said in all the YouTube stuff, definitely takes the edge off. It is very pleasing. The bokeh, this is, you get this pattern because this is a net, it's like a pool fence. But I was very happy with the results. This is a bad example for bokeh. Let me go back to... I mean, this is ideal. It's clean, it's smooth, it's got a little bit of a rim, very minor, but I was very happy with this bokeh. So overall, I was very pleased with this lens, especially for the price. So I think you'll be happy. I don't think I was rolling footage on the scene where I noticed the most CA, but it is there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna try and hide that. What was my other test I did here? There was something. Maybe it's still on the card. Yeah, I don't think I took it off the card yet. Oh well. But I had a coverage test. It does vignette just a tiny bit on Gemini at the wide end. More or less the new Cook 21. Yeah, actually that's not a bad example. I would say that the Laowa is a step above the Cook even, because the Cook has a lot of distortion. And the Laowa does not have much distortion at all. Yeah, Espen, it is very good for people. I think it's going to be a very underrated lens. I think a lot of people will shy away because it's not Cook, it's not Zeiss or Fuji. But for the people that took a chance on this lens, I think they'll be very pleased. Oh, that's not the right screw. Down there. Whoa. Way too much. Phil was probably using it on Monstro. Here's a question for you, Espen. Did you buy the lens only, or did you buy the kit? Okay, something got misaligned in here. It's just the lens only. Yeah, that makes sense. Then you should have delivery pretty soon because the kit has been delayed. Still not quite right. It's close. Buy the enhanced. Yeah, so that's something that Laowa is doing smart, is you can buy the extra bits after the fact. Alright, George. Have another good Saturday. Alright, I might have to tackle this bit later, because this timing is not perfect. It's bugging me. It's so close. It's just not perfect. Oh, it's right there. All right. This is coming apart. I'm determined now. I'm gonna fix it now. I've achieved bizarre new perspective on things. 2x 12mm anamorphic. What format, Phil? Good luck. Beautiful. All right. Matthew, would it be possible to build a rear anamorphic block for the EZs? Yes, that would be possible. So without boring you guys too much, sorry for that. The issue was the timing with the iris was not syncing up. So now we have full, I don't know if you can see it here, full travel. So at the stop, it's wide open, and at that stop, it's full close. That was not syncing up before, and now it is. So I'm happy now. Okay. Back on track. All right. I believe it is Red Bull time. It wasn't difficult, it's just meticulous and, or tedious and time consuming. It just needs patience. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab a Red Bull. I will be right back. In the meantime, if you guys, I shared this feed in a couple different Facebook groups. If there's a group that you think is better suited that I haven't posted it in, do me a favor and share it now in that group so that I can see it and maybe post there in the future, or just recommend stuff in the comments below. But I do want to start getting this out to more people to encourage more. So yeah, that would be very, very helpful. I will be right back. Okay, back with Red Bull. All right, almost done with this guy. 50. Okay. See if that's correct. Oh, much better. Have you found out where to put the zoom knob on the oom? Nope. There is no place to put it. You basically get a zoom stick for free with the lens that you can use on a different lens. But there is no place to put the zoom stick on the oom. Oddly enough. I've been on iOS 14 beta, and it's really, really buggy for the past day or so. I don't know why. I don't know what changed. It was working fine. Okay, this guy's nice and secure, nice and clean. Done. I don't remember who was waiting for the 85, but now we're on to the 85. I only have maybe an hour left, if that. Fraz, that's who it was. On to the chunky boy. Big glass, big heavy glass. I should have used this as the thumbnail instead of the other one. I think I used the 135 in the thumbnail. Okay. This one's not in as good a condition as the others. You could see that the paint is a little bit yellowed over time, but the glass is fantastic. Yeah, that is super clean. I mean, every tiny speck shows up on the camera here, but looking through it here, it's, I mean, you can't get much better than this. Yeah, this is in, it's got a little bit of a haze at the front. Where is that? That might be on the front surface. Sorry, it's freaking out the video. No, it's under the front surface. But it's still not bad at all. This is a really clean lens optically. No scratches, no dust, or very little dust. Very cool. Sorry for this. Oh, you're not bugging me at all. Does an extended focus make it harder to use a matte box? Yeah, a little bit. It does telescope when you focus. It's not terrible, but this is a pretty beefy lens. If your matte box was light enough, you could clamp it directly onto the front, and it wouldn't be too taxing. Okay, 1 second here. Yeah, this is all buggy. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry about that. We're back. Yeah, Fraz, if you have any questions throughout, don't hesitate to ask. That's why I'm doing it. If I didn't want people asking questions, I wouldn't be streaming this for everyone. I need another container. My system is not working here. There we go. I already forgot which one I was using. Okay. Ooh, that's a tough one. Earlier you mentioned the issues still photographers had shooting Super 35 video with their full frame lenses. Do you know a good way to roughly estimate the crop factor? Yeah, you could do it very, very accurately, not estimate. You just need to know the size of your Super 35 sensor, and you can do that math. It's usually somewhere between 1.4, like 1.3 and 1.6, depending on the sensor you're using. So for that crop factor, you would just multiply the focal length of the lens by that crop factor, and it will give you the equivalent focal length if you were shooting full frame. It's not actually changing your focal length, which is a huge pet peeve of mine. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty dried up. Almost no lubrication here. But again, all these internals are very clean. A little bit of oil here, which I expect on a Contax. But overall, this is in very good condition. Okay. That's better. Less crowded. This never stays straight. I need a lens with less distortion for my top-down camera. That bothers me. Practically every lens in the world at my disposal, and I have a piece of junk broken on my top-down camera. Favorite lunch spot in Chatsworth? Good question. Is Phil still here? Phil knows the answer. It's a toss-up, I think, between a couple places. Brent's Deli. I love Brent's Deli, but the wait can be preventative from time to time. If you go during rush hour on a lunch day, not so much these days because of COVID, but normally the place is packed around lunchtime. Alternatively, I really like the Habit burgers. And also for burgers, the Munchbox, which is Phil knows about that. Munchbox is a tiny burger shack in Chatsworth that's been there since the 50s or something. I don't know. Maybe even earlier, I don't remember. the 90s, there was a guy with a lizard. The Taco Bell on Devonshire. That area of Chatsworth is still kind of weirdos. I'm not claiming we're that far away from that area, but all of Chatsworth is kind of weird, especially given its 80s and 90s legacy. Not so much these days, but anybody that has grown up in the valley knows what Chatsworth is known for. Oh, that's weird. That's a very specific memory. Chatsworth used to also be the aerospace hub of the country. In fact, both of my in-laws used to work at Rocketdyne Lytton. My father-in-law went on to work in, he's an engineer, work in UCLA's astronomy department. But yeah, Chatsworth used to be all aerospace engineering, manufacturing. We had Rocketdyne, Lytton, Boeing, Pratt & Whitney. Oh, nice, Fraz. I will very much be looking forward to receiving your Contax lenses. Maybe you'll see them on the stream. I try to mix it up a little bit. Somebody earlier was asking how we decide what lenses to mod on the stream, and some of it has to do with what I did the week prior. So if I know that I did a set of Leica Rs last weekend, I'll try to find something that isn't Leica Rs again, which hasn't been a problem. I've been able to mix it up every weekend. But I'm sure eventually I'll not have an option to just pick whatever I didn't do the previous weekend. So sooner or later, you'll see a repeat. I lost lost my music. Where did it go? Play. Thank you. I have a question you might know. Do you know of any EF MFT lens adapters that have the positive lock feature like the Metabones Cine-T, but without the speed booster glass in it? I don't. And if I did, it wouldn't help, because that play that you get, that I assume you're trying to solve with the positive lock feature, you'll still very, very much have on your Micro Four Thirds camera. I have a speed boosted one, which I use an adapter lock for that. Huh? It removes that part. You should just pop the speed booster glass out of it. There you go. You're all set. Then you have the adapter without the speed booster. Isn't the glass affect the distance? Yes, that's very true. I didn't think of that. I'm not positive, but I believe that you can remove the glass from a Metabones speed booster and you'll get the same effect as a passive, non-optical EF to E-mount adapter. I'm not positive on that, but that's easy enough to test. You just pull the, you can unthread the glass. The whole cell should pop right out. If you break it, it's not my fault. Disclaimer. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the distance should be the same. Okay. The glass is the opposite sign of a teleconverter. Yes, it's a reducer instead of an extender. Could you explain the difference between Leica R 19mm version 1 and version 2? You said the Leica R 19mm version 2 is better than version 1, but for me the more distortion the better, and edge softness and size is fine. Then in your case the version 1 is better. That's something I've always tried to make very clear, is there's no such thing as a bad lens. There's only different lenses for different jobs. So what works better for one person may not be what works better for another person. But in general, the difference between the version 1 and version 2, other than image quality, would be the size and the weight, the cost, obviously. And coverage to some degree. Because the version 1 has an 82mm threaded front, it's larger. If you put anything on the front of that, it can vignette if you're shooting full frame. Whereas the version 2, because it's smaller, it's much more difficult to get something to clip into that field of view. After this stream, it's probably time to retire this set of tweezers. The tips are getting all mangled. That's a lot. There's another flaw that not a lot of people are aware of for Zeiss Contax lenses. You see the iris has a nice, fairly uniform shape, but it's actually not symmetrical. It's almost impossible to tell when you're at wider apertures, but once you close down and all those angles are closer together, you can tell that is not a symmetrical shape. And that's very common in Zeiss Contax lenses. There, see? It has nothing to do with the quality of the lens or the age of the lens. It's just part of the way that they were designed and built. Uh-oh. I lost my AirPod. I don't think that's working. Oh, it is. Okay. All right, back to work. So that's good. Mount is done. Iris is working perfectly. I don't have a gear for this lens. Where is the gear? Oh, it's right there. How long do you have to heat the Delrin? It completely depends on the thickness, the ID and the OD of the gear, and what tolerance we cut it to. So, for example, we cut different gears for different lenses to different tolerances. So, like a Zeiss Contax with this rubber grip, or a Nikon with the rubber grip, or some Leicas, they get cut to about 1/1000th of an inch under. No, I think it's 5/1000th under what it would normally be. But a lens that has a metal focus ring, like some of the Nikon AIS, the older AI lenses, or some Leica Rs, those get cut to a different diameter, and that changes how much we heat them up. A Nikon EF to Micro Four Thirds adapter is 1.068 inch thickness, and a Metabone Speed Booster at 0.760 inch thickness. Yeah, so that's not going to work. You're right, Mr. Westy Belt West 3 Belt Westy. Okay, 85 done. That was relatively seamless. Last one for the day. That's a big boy. So this one's probably in the least like new condition. It's got a little bit of gunk on the mount here. The usual signs of wear. Nothing terrible though. It's got a little bit of glue residue. No oil though, so that's encouraging.
Okay.
Alright, that was smooth. A tiny bit of residue still from the old Loctite thread locker. What is it that you put on the tip of the screws when you're about to screw them back in? That is thread locker. It just prevents them from backing out under vibration or, regular use. Junior high would put a dab of model aircraft plastic model glue on lens screws. That wouldn't help. Model glue is it's not sticky at all. It's meant to melt the polystyrene and fuse it together. But that concept works perfectly fine. That's what this is. This is it's what we call 3-bond. It's basically a very flexible, gooey adhesive. So it achieves the same thing that you're saying, and it prevents the screw heads from backing out. But I usually only use that on larger screws that are in a place where I don't want to have thread locker for some reason. But on these, there's no reason not to. The 3-bond method, I guess you would call it, whatever. Usually that's for internal screws where you don't see the excess, because it can look sloppy. But pretty much every cine lens and every lens uses this type of adhesive. Different brands, but it's all the same concept. Oh my gosh, these tweezers are definitely toast after today. Okay, that's all good. Let's do the gear. It looks a little straighter. The distortion on this lens is not great. Do you guys sell your screwdriver sets? Oddly enough, we were talking about that earlier. I was mentioning earlier that this set, I've been testing it for about a month and a half now, to make sure it's the quality that I want, that, you know, something I would use every day, and I've been very happy with it. So yes, we will begin selling this whole set. I've been very happy. All the bits have been excellent. There's practically no wear on them, even after using them daily for almost a month. The sizes are exactly what I need, so yeah. We will, so definitely join next weekend, maybe, and we'll probably do some kind of like super special price for people that watch this stream. Let's keep in Ziploc bags so easier to find screws when in the suitcase. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, so that's on. Much better. I don't know if you could see that spot before, but it was killing me. It's gone. No, it's not. There. Good as new. All right. That's the last one. I will clean up. Thank you guys all for watching. Like I said, every Saturday, so stop by next Saturday and I will probably have those screwdrivers for anyone that was asking. And we'll do some kind of super special, or maybe we'll do swag again. We did swag a couple weekends ago. I haven't done it in maybe 2 or 3 weeks, so we'll do that. And I hate saying it because it sounds so cheesy and I don't necessarily agree with it or whatever, but definitely subscribe. This is probably going to become our primary place of posting content. We have a lot of stuff coming up, like the Laowa, the DZO stuff, other lens mods, conversions, that sort of thing. So definitely subscribe. It helps me help the company. So do that, please. And if there's other Facebook groups, like I said before, definitely recommend those. I do want to spread it as much as I can. But yeah, for those that were asking about the screwdrivers, they're all magnetic bits, and then the case is magnetic, so nothing falls out, nothing rolls around. And then the driver gets clipped in there, the whole thing gets sealed in there. Nice and compact. You could throw it in a bag, throw it in your kit, and it's ready to go. Any last questions? Ask them now while I sort through my parts. When you guys are modding a set, are you placing the gears to all match up? Generally, yes. The height from the mount is the same if the lenses allow for that. I don't have a spot for this. Ah, speaking of OCD. All right. Recycle all of our bags. Never trash plastic bags. Those are from just this month. They all get reused. Okay, everyone, thank you again. Subscribe, share, all those things. And we'll see you next Saturday.